All right, we should be right about live, ladies and gents. I've put it to normal latency, so let's see how that goes, shall we? Let's see how that goes. Guys, let me know if you can hear me loud and clear, streaming from the laptop this evening, which is a bit of a new one for me, so let me know if you can hear us loud and clear on here. OBS. Hey, Retro says live. Thank the Lord, been waiting too long for this. Yeah, it's been, I think it was 2023 was the last season 1 episode. Hey, awesome stuff. So guys, if you've just joined, on the YouTube player, change it to ×2 speed, and that will allow you to catch up with the live feed. It will be a lot lower latency for you. So, good evening, everyone, ladies and gents. Welcome to what is going to be the finale of Boom or Bust Season 1. It's been over a year, probably about a year and a half, since we had a Boom or Bust episode. We did, I think it was in total 15 or 16 episodes. So that's 15 or 16 separate 3D printed enclosures which were tested. And for those of you who don't already know, this is a scaled testing format. So the driver and the enclosures here represent a 12-inch subwoofer. And so these are 12-inch subwoofer boxes, which have then been scaled down by a factor of 6. And so in addition to their dimensions changing by a factor of 6 and the area and everything, the frequencies have also changed by a factor of 6, and this works perfectly. I've done all of the research on it and done all the testing on it, and it's just fluid dynamics. So yeah, if you scale down a 12-inch subwoofer in its box by a factor of 6, then you end up with a 2-inch subwoofer or driver that's playing between 150 and 360 hertz, and it works really well. So where did we get to with Season 1? The last box that we tested in Season 1 was the spiral box, which is this one. This is heavy. This has got a bit of weight to it. There's a lot of 3D printed material here. And the guy who submitted this one, who designed it, didn't make any calculations on this. It was just kind of done by eye, and it was tuned super low. But one of the reasons that I am doing this live stream is because I want to retest all of these enclosures. Well, not necessarily all of them, most of the enclosures, or at least the top performing enclosures from Season 1. Because as many of you will have noticed, at the start of Season 1, we were filming down here in my dining room. And then halfway through Season 1, we moved up to my workshop, and I didn't think that the room that it was in would make any difference, because we're testing inside the chamber here, which is a very sort of strong, sort of sealed off chamber. It vents to the outside world, but I assumed that the room that this was in was so big that this enclosure wouldn't really see the room, if that makes sense, and it wouldn't affect the score inside here. But actually it does, because I tested the benchmark error ported box upstairs in the workshop, and it was about 3 dBs down compared to testing down here. So I believe that the room is actually making quite a big difference. So in order for the results for Season 1 to be fair, we need to test them all again in here, because the ones that were tested in the workshop, unbeknown to me at the time, will have had a bit of a handicap, unfortunately. So that's what we are going to do. The first box we're going to test is we're just going to test the benchmark error port, which was the first one from Season 1, and just to see whether anything's changed. Obviously, everything else is the same. The room is now the same. The driver is the same. However, the driver obviously has got a lot more use out of it since it was tested in the very first episode in Season 1. So I'm just curious to see whether the TS parameters have shifted at all in a way that makes the score any different. So that's what we're going to do first. This is going to be, obviously these episodes of Boom or Bust are sort of like 15 to 20, 25 minutes long. Obviously this live stream is going to be quite long, because I'm just going to take it easy, chat to you guys while I'm doing it, and all of these stuff in between, like fitting the driver into the box and stuff takes a bit of time. Setting up the enclosure for testing, that all takes a bit of time. So obviously this is going to be a bit longer than your average Boom or Bust episode. So hopefully you guys haven't got too much to do on your Monday afternoon or Monday evening, and you can join in and see what happens. If you're watching this after the fact, if you're watching this in a live replay, then hopefully I will have remembered to put timestamps so that you can skip through all of the boring stuff where we're just mounting the driver in the enclosure, and jump straight to the scores and the testing. Just having a quick look at some live chat. All right, so first enclosure, the benchmark Aeroport, which is this little guy right here. So what I need to make sure that I've got is I need to connect up the wires through. Now I need a little spare piece of wire. Here we go, that'll do. But how's everyone been? How was everyone's Christmas? What did you get? Did anyone get any audio related gifts this Christmas? Let me know about what you got. Let me know if you've got any audio related plans for the rest of this year. If you're doing a build this year, or if you're changing up something that you've already got, let me know. Be interested to have a little chat. 13 BTR, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it was a great break. So shove these in here, and it's really important that the boxes are sealed off, so there's no air leaks. So obviously on this nice small scale we can just use some blue tack or something to make these an airtight seal. I know Hexibase is a lover of the old blue tack. I've got a place at Euro Finals. Very nice, Anders. That is pretty awesome. Good job. I got a new 2Me amp, says 13BTRX. I got a new 2Me amp. What's that? I'm building 6.5, says Robert. You're building a box for a 6.5. You're building a 6.5 inch sub. So I've got a killer deal on a Crown XTI 2000. Paid €230 for a 2 kilowatt DSP Crown amp. I think that sounds like a good price. I don't really know how much they go for. I've not really looked at PA amps in a long time, price-wise. Franks has got a Big Boss 8K. Very, very nice, man. That is a fantastic amplifier. You are not going to be disappointed with that. So, can anyone remember what scores the benchmark Aeroport got in the very first episode? I think it was a 145 at the 25 scaled. I can't remember what the other scores were. Not that it really matters what the scores were, because we're going to use the scores from today as the ones we go forward with. Season 2, guys, is going to be a lot different. It's going to be the same. Like the premises is going to be the same, but the way that the videos are formatted is going to be completely different. And I'm quite excited about it. It's going to be different. It's going to be something else. I'm planning to build my own wall-powered Class D amp. Oh, mains-powered Class D amp that is transformerless and should only be limited in power by the number of output FETs and whatever. So basically, yeah, just rectifying the mains voltage to create rail. You'll end up, well, in the UK, you'll end up with about 320 volts worth of rail. I've always wondered that, like, why don't amps do that? I think some of them probably do, but even the sort of 20 kilowatt PA amplifiers have switch mode power supplies. I'm just like, why? Why not just rectify mains? I'm sure there's a reason for it. Like, I'm not an amplifier designer. I might know how to fix things and problem solve, but... So the threads in this box are mangled. These screws aren't really tightening down much, so we're just going to have to go with the blue tack as a seal and holding it in place. Yeah, it's not really... they're not tightening very much, really, so let's just give it a squeeze. Do you know anyone who could build one of the exotic boomer bus enclosures in real size? Well, I mean, a lot of them have been built in real size. Like, you got the Tuber HT, which there's plenty of in full size knocking around. You got the Wicked one. Or actually, I don't know. There are some half Wicked ones knocking around in real life, apparently. Those are the only two enclosures that I would say are like blueprint enclosures, where there are actual exact replicas of those knocking around in the real world. Yeah, I could... The problem is with building something in full scale is, so my place is quite small, the place where I live. I don't have a garage, I don't really have a driveway. I do have a driveway, but it's got cars on it. And building the stuff is expensive, and it's freezing cold here. Like, I really don't want to build something full size scale if I can avoid it. If Boomer Bust Season 1 did better, if Season 1 performed better, like it got sort of 40 to 50k views for every episode, then I would have had enough money from the ad revenue to warrant being like, okay, let's build one of the top performers in full size scale. But then it's what card do I put it in? One of the issues that I've got with doing it in full size scale is that the tests that we do in this test cabin here, which you can't see because the chat's covering it, this test cabin is kind of simulating an extreme build. Like, it's just hard wood, like very reflective parallel walls. It has no like interior soft dampening material or anything like that. It's basically an extreme build. So if you put any of these full size boxes in your regular sort of car, first of all, the car shape will be different. The car will be much more leaky, and yeah, it just wouldn't be as loud, so it might not look like it's actually scaling up properly, even though it would be. Okay, so yeah, we're going to test the benchmark error reported first. Now, one thing I've forgotten to do is grab the clamps to hold down the test cabin, so I'll have to go and grab those. But first of all, let's just get this in here and go from there. So we're going to have sub-firing. What are we going to do? Sub-firing up? Yeah, sub-firing up, port firing to the side. Ah, DL with a 20. Yo, thank you very much, my man. That's a really decent amount of money to shove someone on the internet. Thank you very much, my friend. This is exciting. Of course, I'm working today, so I'll watch the replay. Thank you very much for the very kind donation there, my friend. I appreciate you as always. That's awesome. $20, man. Fucking awesome. Now, okay. Let's get this in the test chamber. What else have we got on here? We've got the Fibonacci fourth, the T-line, half wicked one, the sixth order. I'm quite looking forward to testing the sixth order, to be fair. That'll be pretty cool. Let's just plop that down there for a minute. I'm just going to go smack bang in the middle, which seems to be loudest. Now, one interesting thing actually that I discovered, right, which I didn't think would actually be the case, but it was. So obviously the position of the box in this test chamber will affect the score at different frequencies. For the lower frequencies, maybe further back is better, louder, and bringing it forward is quieter. And for the higher frequencies, it might be something else. Now, in one of the recent episodes of Boom or Bust Season 1, I actually tested 2 different positions with a box. I tested like right at the back, firing back, and then sort of further forward, firing forward. And the scores were wildly different, but the averages were almost like identical. So I think that the different positioning in the box, although certain frequencies will be louder or quieter, they average out to be the same. So that kind of made me realize, okay, maybe the positioning for this test that we're doing is less critical, because once they're averaged out, it just comes out to be the same anyway. Right, so just connecting this to the realistic amp. This realistic amp has been with me for a long time. Who remembers the realistic amp from the bedroom video days? Crazy. And it still works beautifully. The only thing that doesn't work on it is the VU meter doesn't work properly, and the clipping light doesn't work properly either. It just says that it's clipping all the time, even when it's not. But those are the only things that don't quite work on it. The actual output of the audio and everything is perfect. Okay, seat up. Plug the SPL Lab sensor in. Now I just need to go and grab the clamps to hold this down. That's the one thing I forgot to get from the workshop. So just talk amongst yourselves for a minute. And of course I can't find them. Of course I can't find them. The last time I used this was in here to do the B2 video. So what have I done with the clamps? Right, there we go, clamps. Apologies for that, guys. They were upstairs in the workshop somewhere hiding. So let's clamp this down and test the Benchmark Aero for the final time. It might make an appearance in Season 2. In fact, all of these enclosures might make an appearance in Season 2. We'll see. We shall see. Yo, we've got a 19.99 poop and fart jokes for your blue pink attack budget. Thank you very much, man. That's a really, really kind donation, bro. Appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. 20 bucks donation is quite a lot. You can go and get like 6 coffees with that or something. There we go. Right. So when we last tested this back in 2023, this did a 145 at 150 hertz, which is 25 scaled hertz. Let's see if it still got it, shall we? Let's just have a quick read of some live chat. I should put a camera in here, shouldn't I, actually? I should have got a demo cabin camera. Never mind. Just put the crown amp on the enclosure. Actually, you know what, David? That's not a bad idea. I could have just got something really heavy and slapped it on top, couldn't I? Instead of the clamps. Yeah, I didn't really think about that, but that would actually not be a bad idea for future. But for Season 2... we won't be using this test cabin. We're doing something else. Man with a 50! With Simon, what are we doing, bro? Jesus, thank you very much, my friend. That is very, very, very generous. Jesus Christ. Trust you to bowl in with that. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. That's my pleasure. I'm glad I can motivate you. And 2025 is going to be big for both of us, my friend, I'm sure. But that's massive. Thank you very much, man. That's crazy. Right, amplifier on, Audacity open with some test tones. Open Bob tones. All right, so we've got 150 here. Let's just check this is all working and stuff. Helps if I plug the headphone jack into the laptop. There we go. Oh, this is going to be loud for you guys, actually. I didn't think about that. I've just seen the little sound meter on OBS. So headphone warning. I'm going to go up gradually, right? I'm not testing the dB just yet. I'm just making sure this works and stuff. Right, that was up to 10 watts on the watt meter here. We're actually going to go by... instead of the watt meter on the side here, I've actually connected up the power meter, power sensor in the SPL lab. So if we just make the power, got along to the power meter one here, power, there we go. Get rid of oscilloscope, get rid of value bar, there we go. And display mode. There we go. Calibration. So what we're going to do is this is only like going to be making about 15 watts, okay, and that's what we've been doing. We've been doing up to 15 watts on this cheap little power meter that I've built into the test cabin. I don't really know how accurate this is though, and I think that the SPL Lab power meter is probably a bit more accurate, and it's definitely a much faster refresh rate, which is super handy for obviously what we're doing. But to make it even more accurate, the thing that makes these test thingies not accurate is it's the current sense, the clamp meter bit. Okay, so when you've got tiny amounts of power, it can't really detect the current, you know, accurately enough. But to get around that, what you can do is you can wrap the wire. Instead of just going through the hole one time, you can go loop round through the hole multiple times, and that will obviously increase the amount of current that the sensor can read, and then you just take that into account. You can either divide by the number of turns that you've done, or in our case, we're not going to do that. We're going to kind of use scaled power. I'm still going to go up to the same scores, the 15 watts on the watt meter here that we did for season 1, just so that it's fair. Obviously, well, so it doesn't matter if it's fair because we're redoing all of these anyway, but just so that it's the same as what we had before. But I just want to see what that actually equates to on the SPL Lab meter here. So we're going to go for volts multiplier 6 to bring it into the scaled power, which will be a clamping about 500 watts in this kind of experiment here. So that's all correct there. Get rid of calibration. So we've got voltage times 6 and we've got power. So if I start, let's see if that will actually read the power. Yeah, there we go. That's a very fast refresh rate, isn't it? So what we can do is we can set this to 500 watts, for example. There we go, there's 500 watts. And then when we do the dB test, I can just go like that. And that's the amount of watts. Now, on the little, so that's 500 watts scaled, right, in this kind of testing experiment. On the watt meter here, that only equates to 12 watts. And we were going up to 15 watts on this meter here. So let's see what that is on the SPL Lab. About there. It's about 650, okay? And you can actually see the voice coil heating up because you can see the power start dropping off over time the longer I leave that on. So the voice coil is definitely heating up, so just let that cool down for a minute. So if we aim for 650 on the SPL Lab watt meter, that way we know that we're equating to 15 watts on the watt meter here, so we can see what the scores are, similar to how we did last time with season 1. You could get a mic and a guitar pitch shift pedal to get the real frequency as a live output. That would be pretty cool. That's not a bad idea. I don't intend to do these live though. This is just kind of a one-off as a finale. Yeah, okay, let's do a dB test then. So we're testing at 25 scaled hertz, 150 hertz on the frequency gen. Let's just get this chair to stay up a little better. There we go. I don't know if that impacts the score at all, but the chair was up for season 1, so let's keep it there. We want to go peak hold on, start. Okay, why is that red? Oh, I know. That's because I've given it a minimum frequency. I don't want minimum frequency, I want that off. And the maximum frequency, I want that off as well. Okay, cool. No. Why is it red? It's saying there's something wrong with the power limit, 500. Okay, it's backwards. No worries. There we go. That should sort it out. There we go. Right. So 3, 2, 1. Nope, need to press play on Audacity. Okay, a 143.8. So what did we get? We got 145, didn't we, last time? So it's very possible that the shift in the parameters of the driver has caused this to be quieter, because the FS of this driver now is like, I think it's like 118 hertz, which when you scale it up to a 12-inch driver is like, I can't remember the maths, but it's like 16 hertz or something ridiculous like that. So when this driver was slightly newer, the FS was closer to the frequency that we're playing, 150. So yeah, this is not very not the same as before, which is interesting. But this is good, because this means that when we retest, they're all going to be the same. I'm just going to turn the power. Let's go with power limit. Stop. Let's turn that to like 650. Let's go 660. There we go. $716. Why was it that much power? It was less than that before, wasn't it? Okay, I need to turn that down a little bit. You know what? Maybe it is like 700 watts. I'm just going to turn the power limit off. None. Yeah, that's 15 watts on this meter, which is what we went with before. And that score is 142.5. So yeah, it's a bit less. So let's make a note of that. 142.5. I'll just let the voice coil down a bit, because we've done a couple of tests there, just to see if it changes at all after it's cooled down while I read some live chat. Then we move on to the next frequency. Okay, let's just see if it's got any more in it. Now the voice coil is a little bit cooler. Nah. That's all it wants. 15 watts, 142.5. So that is our benchmark aero. And that is the 25 scaled. So now let's move up to the next frequency, which is 33 hertz scaled. Reset. And let's calibrate the power, because the frequency's changed. Again, headphone users warning, so be loud. Let's go into the power one here, and because it's a little bit faster refresh. There we go, right about there. Okay, so what's that doing at 33 scaled? I can't remember what the score of this was last time. 138.3. 138.3. Next frequency up, which is 45 scaled. About there. And 27.2. And then the last one, which is 60 scaled hertz. Calibrate the power. That's a bit too much, that is. 900 watts there. Down a bit. There we go, about there. RTA, start, and what's it doing? 127.7. Nope, that's all it's got. 127.7. Okay, so that gives us an average then of the benchmark error report. Calc. We have a 142.5 plus a 138.3 plus 127.2 plus 127.7 equals, divided by 4, an average of 133.9. Have 133.9. Okay, excellent stuff. That is the benchmark error report out of the way. Now I don't have the results. I could probably get them up. If anyone wants to get the results up from season 1, they can do to see how that compares, but I think it's going to be a little bit less. Your SPL meter doesn't show correctly on the stream, does it not? Looks like it does. Yeah, so no, the SPL meter has an extremely high noise floor. This is not a microphone, this is a pressure sensor. So Term Labs and SPL Labs will always generally have a really, really high noise floor because they're measuring differences in pressure in the air. So they're, we're testing that their readable range is generally between 100 dBs and 190 dBs, okay? And so if you were to shift that loudness down to a regular microphone that can maybe pick up somewhere from, like, I don't know, 30 dBs to 100 dBs or something, it's the same range, it's just shifted up. So the noise floor, yes, is like 100 dBs, but obviously we're measuring extremely loud tones, and these are pressure sensors, not microphones, so they do have a high noise floor, but they are dead accurate. All right, next box then. What one should we do next, guys? So that was the benchmark error report. What I'm most interested in doing is boxes that we didn't do in the dining room, boxes that we did in the workshop, because that's the whole point of why I'm doing this, is because the rooms made a difference to the score without me realizing. So I need to retest all of them to make sure that it's fair between all the boxes. I'm thinking we do the 6th order next. Season 2 is going to be a lot different, bro. You wait and see. It's going to be completely different. It's going to be the same basic testing principles and stuff, but the format that the videos take is going to be completely different, and I'm quite excited for it. We were talking about group delay in the chat, huh? Yeah, that's one thing that these tests aren't going to show up, really. I mean, you can gauge the group delay a bit from the impedance sweep test that we did in each original episode, but the whole point of this is just going to be about what box gives you the loudest proper dropper score. A little bit warm on the magnet, not really hot, just like a little bit of warmth to be expected. New amp prepare live streams planned? I don't know. The amp prepare live streams don't really do that well, to be honest. Like, don't really get that many views on them, and it just makes my repairs take twice as long. So maybe, just depends what I've got in, really. So, next box I think we'll do is the sixth order, which is this one. Now this one might be a little tricky because the way that the top goes on, it kind of butts up against this lip here. And to get a proper nice tight closed seal, when I tested this first time, I actually had to glue the top on with like a silicone adhesive and wait for it to dry, which obviously I can't do in this live stream, but I do have some other putty that I think might do a good enough job, hopefully. So we'll wait and see. Adrian with a 10. Yo, thanks very much, my friend. How you been? It's been a while since you've gone live. It's not been that long. I uploaded a video just before Christmas with the B2 2-inch driver, yeah, I haven't been putting out regular content for a while, but I'm hoping that season 2 of Boom or Bust will change that. So the wire for this went in over here. But thank you very much for the 10, buddy. I really appreciate that. That's very generous of you, my friend. I hope you're doing well as well. I hope you had a great new year. Have you decided on a driver for season 2? So yeah, I made a YouTube short. My shorts don't really get that many views. But it is this little Dayton. This is the Dayton CE53N-4. CE53N-4, and it looks a bit like this. And I've actually got 4 of these, and the parameters look a lot better suited to Boom or Bust. It does actually have a bit less piston diameter to the original driver that we were using, but yeah, it specs really well. It looks freaking awesome, and I've got 4 of them. Cute, isn't it? I love the full bowl cone. I really like that look in subs. I prefer the bowl kind of cone to the dust cap sticking up. Okay, now can I get the screws in here? Because this is very, very tight. tight fitting. Why do subs sound great if you switch off completely the subsonic? Because when you apply a subsonic filter, you are actually eating away most of the time at the frequencies that you actually want to listen to. I always recommend that people don't use a subsonic filter at all and just are sensible with the songs that they are asking their sub to play. If you're tuned to 45 hertz, then don't go playing any songs with less than 40 hertz in them. Simple as that. If you're tuned to 28 hertz, don't go playing decaf songs that are like 20 to 23 hertz if you're unloading down there. If you can't trust yourself not to be mindful and know the songs that you're playing and be cautious of that, then by all means use a subsonic filter, but set it up in a way that it's not actually eating into the level of the frequencies that you want to play and that your sub wants to play. So many people set their subsonic and it's actually eating into the frequencies that their sub wants to play, like tuning frequency and stuff. They don't realize that the slope is actually that shallow. So yeah, I don't use a subsonic filter personally because I am very aware of what I'm playing on my subs and the excursion level at any time, and I can monitor that and I can turn the bass knob down if I need to. But if you can't trust yourself to monitor it at all times, then feel free to use a subsonic filter, but just be aware that if you haven't got it set right, then you'll be eating into the frequencies that you actually want to play. Many amps have fixed subsonics. They don't really have, they sort of do. The thing that amps have is they have DC offset removal capacitors in the signal path. So obviously, one of the purposes of the preamps circuit is to negate any DC offset that creeps into the signal path just due to floating ground differences or just any DC that makes its way into the signal path. That needs to not be sent to the amplifier. So there will always be a capacitor, at least one capacitor, usually multiple, in series with the signal path before it gets to the amplifier stage. Now, what is a series capacitor? It is a high-pass filter. By design, that's just how it works. So all amplifiers will have a built-in high-pass filter of some kind, whether that ends up being like 10 hertz, whether that ends up being 18 hertz, or whether that ends up being 5 hertz before it really starts affecting the signal level. It's going to be there in one way or another, and you cannot really get around that. It's just what it is. Now, I don't know if this blue tack stuff is going to hold the top on enough. Like I said, this sixth order enclosure that was that we used for one of the episodes in season 1, the top was glued on because of the way that it was designed, the way that the guy designed it to be printed. The original blue tack I was using didn't really hold it sealed well enough. Like if you held it down with your hand, you could hear the bass got considerably louder. So we're just gonna use some of this different type of adhesive stuff and see what it does. J Wolf says hot melt it, like hot glue. I don't have hot glue. Hot glue. The last time I used hot glue, I think it was in primary school. I could use zip ties or something like that. Yeah, I could use zip ties or just one of the clamps just to hold the top on really, really sturdily. What are you doing without hot glue? Bro, hot glue is for school kids. I have absolutely no need for hot glue. Hot glue is whack. It is the weakest, most awful stuff that I've ever used. And considering I do amplifier repair, amplifiers get hot. There's no place for hot glue in an amplifier or in anywhere near what I do. The only time it would be useful is right now, which is kind of like arts and crafts, which is like school time. Bearage does not do PDR. What the heck is PDR? I hot glued my crossover together. I'm sure it works for you, bro, but that's not a good idea because crossovers get hot because they're not 100% efficient, so they get hot. And what does hot glue do when it gets hot? It melts. So I would advise against using hot glue in any electronics. Now, paintless dent removal. See, that's where hot glue might come in handy because it's weak. You don't want it to be too strong. You don't want it to damage the paint. You just want it to adhere to the surface enough that you can pull out and then remove without any damage to the paint. So that's cool. That's a cool application for it. But in that application, it doesn't get hot. When you're wanting it to be sticky, it doesn't get hot. So that's cool. Okay, what are we saying then? Is this going to hold well enough? Let's go on there. And then apply some freaking force. I might just stand up and lean on this. Good job this table is made using old railway sleepers or something like that. This ain't going nowhere. Could use one of the clamps actually, couldn't I? Where is the clamp? Here we go. Is this clamp big enough? Oh yes, it is. Nice. So the top won't fall off, but what might happen is that the top will flex, which will mean that we lose some dBs. Yeah, hot glue might melt at 121 Celsius, but it massively softens up and its bonds weaken at like over 70 or 80. And to be honest, your output inductor in your amplifier on a hot day in the summer, after demoing for half an hour or so, is going to be higher than 80 degrees Celsius. I'll guarantee you that. Sinewave 02 has confirmed. All right, well, this is oozed out nicely, so I guess I'll play a tone through it and see whether there's any difference in the output when I squeeze the top. Let's connect this up. Okay, let's see whether this is gonna actually work. So let's do one of the frequencies, bit more bus tones. Nice. That seems exactly the same. It's not changing at all when I squeeze it, like it was with the blue tack. So I think we're good to go. We are good to go with the 6th order. Noisy ass port. So one interesting fact, I've seen some amplifiers running so hot, car amplifiers, specifically the power supply FETs, running so hot that the solder melts while the amplifier is still playing. So that means that the MOSFETs have exceeded 200 degrees Celsius and are still playing and are still working. Obviously, that is not what you want. And the amplifier always fails shortly after, either because everything's just too hot or because obviously stuff has desoldered itself. Right, let's pop that in the back. Pop the 6th order in the trunk. Let's get to testing this. So, you guys remember my B2 Audio mini 2-inch sub video? I'll tell you a little sneaky secret about that video. I deliberately didn't put the track names for the demo tracks in the video because I just knew that there would be hundreds of people wanting to know what the track names were. And if I didn't put the track names, then they'd leave a comment saying, hey, what's the track at this timestamp? What's the track? What's the demo tracks? And that, my friends, is engagement. So it's a little bit sneaky, but I knew that everyone would want to know what the tracks were. So I just let people comment, what's this track at this timestamp? And then I would answer them with the track name. And I would get some algorithmic engagement as a result. All right, she's in and locked. So what do you reckon then, guys? I can't remember what this was previously when we tested it, but let's hit the test and let's find out, shall we? So SPL Lab, reset, let's go on to the power mode and start, calibrate power with the first tone, which is 150 Hertz, 25 Hertz scaled. So we want to see about, I think it's about 650 watts, I think it is. Gosh darn chair. There we go, just about there. That'll do it. RTA, start. 3, 2, 1. 138.1. So it's quieter than the benchmark air reported. Okay, let's write that down. 6th order, 138.1. Okay, next frequency up. Oh, that one's potent in here. Oh, that's really potent in here. That's probably distorting the mic, is it not? I'm sure it must be. Oh, that's really potent in here. Jeez. All right, there we go, about there. Wow, 141.2, yeah, sounded loud. 141.2. Any more? Headphone warning? No, that's all it's got. Okay, next frequency. There we go, about there. One 133.7. And last frequency. Oh, that's potent as well. Jeez. There we go, about there. Oh, that is loud AF. Three, two, one. 134.5. Sounds louder than that. That's actually pretty impressive across the board with that sixth order. It's a little weak on the 25 hertz, but that would actually be really musical and sound pretty great. 141, 133, and 134 across 33 to 60 hertz. So, excuse me. Right, so the average of all of those comes out to, we bring up the old calculator Ruby. $138.1 plus 141.2 plus 133.7 plus 134.5 equals, divided by 4, 136.8. Very nice. Actually, it's 136.9 because it rounds up. 136.9. Very nice average score there. I don't know if that's higher or lower than what it was when we tested it before in Season 1, but that looks pretty good to me. That is actually very true. Yeah, I should use that tactic on the next video. I should say something that's like definitely wrong, and we'll get people's backs up. They'll be like, blah, 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 blah. I'll be like, cheers. I missed my dental appointment due to watching this. Jeez, man, go get your dental shit done, bro. You can watch this back later. Not clipping. Does it not clip the mic? Really? It must have auto gain or something, because the level bar on the OBS is maxed out. All right, excellent. That was the sixth order. Does anybody who's got a bit more time than me want to go and have a look at the sixth order video and see what the score was? Actually, maybe I can bring it up. Maybe I can bring up the final scores from the testing we did before, and just see whether that's louder or quieter than it was before. Let's see. Here we go. Here's the boom or bust. Okay, so we had the sixth order. It was called the Parallel Pandemonium. And it was in... It wasn't in the door open boom status on here. It was 131.3 with the door closed. Oh, it was in bust. It was in bust. So what did it do? Oh, here we go. All time. It did a 136.3. So it's actually only a little bit louder. It did a 136.9 here. Crazy. I was expecting it to be quite a lot louder actually. What did the benchmark error report do? I'm actually just going to go ahead and download this this real quick, this picture, so I can show you it. Let's go here. Download page 3 as a JPEG, a PNG. Okay, let's just grab that, and we can compare it to what the standings were. almost downloaded. Let's get this off while that's downloading. So what one should we test next? The half-wicked one was done down here, so I expect the scores should be the same. They shouldn't really have changed from before. The spiral and the Fibonacci fourth was done down here. The tuba was done upstairs, so that might be different. And what else was done upstairs? The ABC box was done down here. I think the dual ported box, the one where it's like kind of two ported boxes firing into each other, that was done upstairs. I could redo that one. That'd be interesting. I have my stream going through my stereo. My dog's going crazy with the tones. Yeah, it's probably really loud for them, isn't it? What's the theme for Season 2 and why do you need 4 subs? Well, you just have to wait and find out, won't you? Season 2 is going to be very different, as I have mentioned. Very different. The concept will still be the same. All the testing, all the results, all the experimentations, all going to be the same. So, you know, don't worry, you're not going to miss out on any like science, but it should be a bit more entertainment value, I think. It should appeal to a wider audience that doesn't really care about the science and just wants entertainment. Let's put it that way. Oh damn! This blue tack stuff that I've used. It's not blue tack. I don't know what it is. This time, this is very strong. I'm having to. It's like almost going to snap the PLA. Shee! That was a good choice using that stuff. I'll use that for the tuber, I think. There we go. Bloody hell! Right. Crazy. And I don't know if you noticed, I didn't even screw the driver in. I just used the blue tack to hold the driver in place. And the fact that it was louder than before, I think says a lot about the blue tack. Hype for Season 2 designs. Any chance of seeing PA gear stuffed in there? So the whole point of Boom or Bust is that it's user submitted stuff. So anything that you specifically want to see, if you want to see it, you've got to submit it. And to submit it, you've got to be able to design whatever enclosure it is that you want seen. You've got to be able to design it on CAD, whether it's Google SketchUp, whether it's Fusion 360, whatever the case may be. Design it, I print it, and I'll test it. So it's a good opportunity if you don't already know how to do 3D CAD, then one of the reasons that I thought Boom or Bust is great is because it's a good opportunity for you to learn. It's an amazing skill to have. It opens up the whole world of 3D printing to you. So if you can't already do 3D CAD, then if you want to submit a design for Boom or Bust, then it kind of makes you learn 3D CAD, and that's an awesome skill to have. I hope the Daytons are a bit less fussy to mount. The driver from last season seemed to have a hard time sealing unless I used a lot of mastic or blue tack. Yeah, I didn't really find that issue too much. I think if the hole was too big, then it was a pain. But the Daytons for next season, they have more of a... actually, you know what? I'd say they actually maybe have a bit less surface area to seat on. So, but I don't know. It'll be fine. Brendan says, love your show, one of my favourites on YouTube. I'm glad to hear it, bro. Thank you very much for chiming in. It's really cool to hear that so many people enjoyed this whole little mini-series, and I'm hoping that, that Season 2 will be even better, because I got a lot planned. Alright, what should we do next then? That was the 6th order. I want to do... What was this one? This was like the dual ported. It's basically like 2 ported boxes in one. It has a... I can't open it up now because it's like glued shut, but it has two kind of chambers, an initial one and then a longer one at the back. So I think we're going to do this one next, because this one was one of the ones that was done upstairs where it wasn't as loud as down here. Seemed to have some quality control issues, as some tested way different to others and had more than one I had to fix the surrounds on as the adhesive failed. Ah, that's crazy. This one's been like mint. This one's been fantastic for me. Haven't had any issues with it mechanically or anything like that. So hopefully I've got one of the good ones. Justin says, I'm not going to do a bunch of designs this time. I'm just happy with the T-line. Yeah, the T-line did really well. The T-line was one of the ones that looked, I think, the cleanest on the RTA. And it was very loud as well, especially on the demos, and it sounded good as well. So, Justin, you did a great job on the T-line. Yeah, I thought the Daytons did look to be much better. They're not quite as good as I had hoped. So basically, the Daytons, I ordered them from a website called Sound Imports. I think they're based in Germany. And on... Actually, no, it's even on Dayton's own website. On Dayton's own website, they list the FS of these Dayton drivers as 193 hertz, I think it is. And I was like, yo, that's like spot on. That's pretty much exactly what I need it to be. And even if it breaks in a bit less than that, that's still way better than like whatever this is, 118 hertz or something stupid like that now. So I was quite excited about that. And I was like, these Daytons are going to be sick. But when I got one of them, I broke it in a little bit and I tested the FS. And the FS was like 140 something or something like that. And I was like, that's a bit less than what I was expecting. What's going on? And turns out the Dayton have actually got the FS wrong on their own website compared to the datasheet. So the datasheet, the actual PDF datasheet for these drivers lists the FS at like 150 or 140 or something like that. Whereas on their website, they list it as 193. So Dayton screwed up on their own website. So I had the impression that they were going to be like 190 hertz, but they should still do better than the Peerless driver. And we can even test one of them. That can be something we do a bit later on in the live stream. Why not test one of those Dayton drivers in one of these boxes just to see how it does, see how it compares. think if we're going to test it, we should test it in a ported box. I think we should test it in the benchmark air report. The reason being is that one of the issues with the Peerless was that on the higher frequencies, the cone kind of pushes outwards and messes up. It goes weird and starts distorting on the higher frequencies. It's like a mechanical issue with the driver itself. Just due to the driver's design. So my hope was that the Daytons wouldn't have that issue. So because that issue is very prominent on the benchmark air report, I think it would be good to test the Dayton driver on the benchmark air report. Robert says, it'd be nice to see a T-line with the same CSA and the flare, but offsets the driver partway down the line to eliminate the null out at 3x, 4x tuning. Well, if you want to see that, my friend, then you know what to do. Design it and send it in. Not yet, but when we start season 2. Just out of interest, guys, has anyone watching got an advert yet? Has anyone got an advert yet? Because I've set it to manual ads, so you shouldn't have had any adverts yet. So if you have, then YouTube is playing silly buggers and putting ads anyway. So you shouldn't have had any adverts yet because I put it as manual. Robert says, I've got one I can send, but I worry it won't 3D print correctly. Well, let me worry about that. I will worry about how it 3D prints. If you've got a design, then just send it in, bro, and I'll have a look. So this should go like that way around, I think. Yeah, of course. Of course my audience uses ad blockers. Silly me. I'm waiting for the honey promo. I'm not even going to say the H word, Jordan. I'm not even going to say it. It's jokes because my channel is not big enough to get sponsors. So I got out of the honey situation by not being big enough to be part of the honey situation in the first place. Yo, let's go! Oh no, I said it, didn't I? Bugger. I just realised I said the H word, never mind. Alright, just before we, while I'm screwing this down, for all of you guys not on Premium and not on Adblock PC, have an advert, which will help me out massively. There you go. Let me know if you get one. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Ad inserted, apparently. So let me know if you get one. YouTube says got it. Nice. I love to see it. Thank you very much. Would a bad gain potential must cause a subwoofer to move on its own without audio being plugged into the amp? It can happen. I have seen it happen. Yes. Usually on older amps. But I have seen it happen. That's a big bottle of water, hey? Man's hydrated. Oh, nice. 666. I tend to always keep my lives going on my phone as well. That's dedication, man. That's really cool. I appreciate that. Alright, so let's just check that that's working in there. Well, we test tones, BOB tones. Alright. 25 scaled. There we go. I think that's going to be potent. Sounds pretty good so far. Alright, let's get the power meter up and let's calibrate. There we go, about there will do. So this is the series ported box. Can't remember what we called it. What do we call it? Let's just insert that as a picture. Insert file, media source. Here we go. Results. And then local file. Downloads. Can I not insert a PNG? In OBS, insert video capture text, scene, media source, oh, image. Okay, bruv. There we go. Right. So these were the results from season 1 that we finalized. So the one that we're just about to test is Series Reflex, which actually did pretty well, if that's the one that it looks like it is. 137.3 with door open, so one of the loudest actually. It's the loudest Helmholtz resonator, just above the Justin T line. Pretty nice. Okay, so let's see how it does today. So let's get the score going, and stop, and RTA, start. Three, two, one. Ho ho ho, yes. That's what I'm talking about. 144.5, bro. Damn. That is wicked. She go boop, and I've got a feeling that's going to be loud at some of the other frequencies too. All right, very, very nice, very, very nice. So we've got the series reflex. Can't spell. Okay, 144.5. Next frequency down, 33 scaled. Oh, that's so loud in the room, jeez. Oh my god. Oh my god, it wants it. It wants. Oh my god, this is going to be loud. Jesus. Okay, there, about there. That's the loudest 33 I've heard today. All right, and what's it going to be on the meter though? It doesn't always line up. Like what sounds loud sitting here next to it doesn't always line up with what's loud in the cabin. Let's see. Yo, I swear this wasn't this loud upstairs. That's unbelievable. Why is that suddenly so loud? Jesus. It's even more. Wow. I can't remember what the itemized scores of this box were before. 46.8. Jesus. Alright, next one up. Now, is it gonna... this is on a roll for being like the loudest. Like possibly second behind the tuba or something like that. I think the tuba will still be louder. The tuba is absolutely monstrous. But this might, if this drops off massively now, this is going to be a shame because this is crazy so far. Oh, that doesn't sound very loud, guys. Oh, that's a lot of power, not much sound. Okay, about there. Wah, wah. I mean, it's still all right. It's still about the same loudness as the Sixth Order, but it has dropped off a fair bit. And the top frequency, which is 60 scaled hertz, I don't have massive. I don't think that's going to do too well. But let's just see. It doesn't sound that loud, but it's okay. It's not like terrible. It's not like completely non-existent, but it's not very loud either. Oh dear, it's actually terrible. Oh no, the average is going to be so hurt by that. Okay, so remember this is what I was telling you about the position. So I imagine that the position I've got this box in is different to how I tested it before. And so it was louder on that 33, but the 60 is hurt. 129.4. I mean, in terms of like perceived flatness, this box doing a 144, a 146, a 133, a 129 from 25 to 60 hertz will sound flat to your ear because as the frequency increases, the perceived loudness increases as well. So in order for something to sound flat, then the loudness needs to get less as the frequency increases. So this would actually sound dead flat to your ears and would be freaking awesome. So, okay, what does that average out as? Calculator. 144.5 plus 146.8 plus 133.6 plus 129.4 equals, divided by 4 equals, it is louder than the other two we've had so far, but not by a huge amount. It's a 138.5. Average 138.5. So how does that, 138.5, what did it do before? It did a 130, oh, it is louder actually. It did a 137.3 last time upstairs in the workshop room. So it is definitely louder in the dining room. So the room does make a difference. But it's not as loud as the Half-Wicked one. The Half-Wicked one was tested in the dining room. Okay. So we've done 3 enclosures so far. I'm just going to go and read some live chat for a minute, interact with you guys a little bit, because that was really loud. It'd be cool if Hexabase got in on this season. I agree. The response that I saw him make about this series gave me the impression that he didn't understand what we were doing. The response he gave was that this wouldn't work and that this was pointless and that the scaling doesn't work. And that gave me the impression that he believes that we are testing tiny drivers like this at the frequencies that you would want in your car, from 25 to 60, which we're not. I don't think that it was explained to him or that he understood that we were testing these at higher frequencies than what the scale testing works out as. So I think that's why he poo-pooed it. I might try and reach out to him for season 2 and explain, and if he still thinks it's a silly idea and doesn't want to get involved, then that's fine, no problem at all. But possibly if he was misunderstood and if I explain what we're doing here fully, he might be like, oh, okay, that makes a bit more sense. He might still have some opinions about it, about how legit and how it works and stuff, but maybe he'll submit one, who knows. Have you ever tested with the DATs with the enclosure in the cabin? I don't think I have. That would just tell you more about how the enclosure's interacting with, how the driver's interacting with the enclosure and how the enclosure's interacting with the cabin. Could the many isolated hard brick wall sections affect the way you hear it in the room? Like this? I don't think so. I mean, the texture of this brick wall makes a huge difference to the slap echo in the room. So before, when this wall was just plasterboard, when you clapped like this, you got the ring, the pong, but that has killed the ring, which is great. And I would love the same in my lounge where I have my Martin Logans, because I have the wang in the lounge, which sucks. But I don't know how this. I don't think the shape isn't big enough or whatever to really affect the frequencies that we're playing here, like 150 or whatever. I've just noticed actually the chair is down. The passenger chair is down. Now this is a good opportunity for me to figure out, does that actually make a difference? So what are the scores we just got? I'm just going to quickly have a little mess around and see. Let's just start this up again with this box. I just want to see whether having the chair up makes any difference to the score, because I accidentally left it down just then. So if we do the 25 scale again, let's just wait for that to cool a second. 144.1. Just going to reset that. That was a bit too much power. A bit more. There we go, about there. There's 143.4. What did it do? 144.5. So that's a bit different, that. Alright, now let's put the chair down. Oh, it does make a difference. Okay, so we're going to have to retest that with the seat up. It's louder with the seat down. That's interesting, isn't it? Oh, it's only a little bit. 143.8. It's 0.2 dB louder with the seat down. I'm just going to let the voice coil cool down for a second, because it will be a little toasty just now. I think Hexibase could definitely understand this type of testing if it was explained to him properly. You know what would be cool, actually, though, is to scale down some of his enclosures. Has he ever done an enclosure for a 12-inch sub? He does like small stuff, doesn't he? He's done like a lot of 6.5s, a lot of like, he's done an 8, I think, and he's done like 4-inch subs in like tiny enclosures. Has he ever done like a 12-inch sub as loud as possible? Probably not, because it wouldn't make sense to 3D print that, would it? And I wouldn't be able to do one of his other enclosures that are designed for like a 6-inch sub, because scaling that down by a factor of 6, I'd need like I'd need a 1-inch driver, and I don't think I'm going to find a 1-inch driver that resembles a 6-inch sub when scaled up. That's just going to be far too ridiculous. It's pretty consistent. It's not as loud when I have my hand in the door, that's for sure. Alright, next one with the seat up. That's still very loud, 146.2. That's about the same. It's a little bit less. It was a 146.8, I think, before. Ooh. Yeah, it's very similar, 146.4, so I'll just knock that down to 146.4. And then let's see whether the other frequencies, maybe they get louder. One 133.1. It's actually a little bit quieter still. $129.1, a little bit less. So okay, it's lost like a few points of a dB each time. So I think the average will be a bit less. 143.8 plus 146. Well, the 146.4 is still monstrous. 133.1 plus 129.1 equals divided by 4. So 138. So it's lost 0.4 of dB on its average. That's fine. It's still like pretty freaking awesome. So must remember, put the chair up every time. Well, if anyone wants to submit one of Hexibase's designs for a 12-inch sub that can play down to 25 for season 2, be my guest. Be my guest. And I can put Hexibase in the title of the video, and maybe that'll get him to watch it so that he understands. I'll start the video off, I'll be like, Pete, I know you're watching this. Let me explain what we're doing. And I'll do a quick explanation that he can understand. But I could have it all wrong and he understands precisely what we're doing and disagrees that it works. In which case, that's fine. I fully respect that. I believe that this works well enough for you to be able to take the results from these experiments and apply them to your own install and have the benefits of whatever we find here also occur in your install. Wouldn't scaling down a 6-inch design by a factor of 3 be the same as similar as a 12-inch? Yes, it would actually. No, sorry, not by a factor of 3. Yes, it would. It's by a factor of 3.25. Would give you it would mean that a 6.5-inch driver is it would mean a 6.5-inch sub is a 2-inch speaker. And I have the B2 audio, this little thing, the RC2, which, if you've probably seen my video, it's the most viewed video on my channel for a long time. This does scale to a 6.5-inch subwoofer very well. So yes, if Pete has a design that I can scale that is for a 6.5-inch sub that I can scale down by a factor of 3.25, then I could use the B2 driver and it would work well for that. The Peerless wouldn't work well, neither would the Dayton probably. The FS would end up being way too high, I think. It might work to some extent, but it wouldn't work as well as the B2 RC2, I don't think. Possibly. I don't know, we'll see. We shall see. But the problem is with doing a 6.5-inch scaled by a factor of 3.25 is that then this test cabin is then no longer a car size. It's this then becomes tiny in that scale. You see? So I wouldn't be able to test it in a vehicle cabin properly, because this would then be miles too small. It would be like a Power Wheels toy car or something like that. Florida man, how's it going, my man? Yeah, rip anyone that's watching this with headphones, my bad. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I can do about that. Can I like do audio compression or something like that so that it just brings up my quiets and brings down my louds? Osmo filters. Audio filter. I can do a limiter. Okay, let's try the limiter. So I don't have the speaker connected just now, but I can do it with my mouth. Whee! Audio limiter. D. Okay, there we go. D. Okay, I'll do about there. Okay. I'll put it about here, and that means that so my voice should be sounding about the same, but then when I do the dB tests, it shouldn't allow it to go any louder than this current level. The last time you uploaded a video was last year. Oh yes, very good. You then need to make up the gain. Yeah, I do need to make up the gain a bit. Let's see, can I do that? Osmo filters. Gain. Gain, there we go. 1 2 1 2 1 2. So guys, just to let you know, warning, this is going to get a bit louder, so turn your system down. 5 4 3 2 1. Testing, 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 testing. Okay, so that's a bit louder now. So that should now limit at that loudness point. We've gone up by 8 dBs, and so the dB tests shouldn't be any louder than this level. Right. So what do we test next then? That was the twin ported thing. What do you want to see next then, guys? We've got the T-line, the Justin T-line, which was tested in this room before. So I'm not expecting the scores to be much different, but maybe they will be. Do you want to see the Justin T-line? Or we can do the Fibonacci fourth, which we did test again in this room, so the score shouldn't be any different. The spiral was tested upstairs in the workshop, so that one might be different. That would be a good one to possibly do next. The tuba, that was tested upstairs, so we could do the tuba and see how much louder it is down here. Will we hit a 150 dB average? Who knows? We've also got the ABC box, which is this little thing, which has like 2 ports on the outside and a port along the back. Oh, someone says you want to see the Dayton. What do we got? Tuba, Dayton. Yeah, we'll test the Dayton. I think we'll do that a little bit later. I will test the Dayton to compare it to the Peerless. And also there's one driver which you guys will never have seen before. Who makes this one? I can't remember who makes this driver. Oh, it's Pui Audio, P-U-I. This was originally the driver I had in mind to use for Boom or Bust. This is awesome little driver. It's got a really big voice coil, which doesn't really scale to most drivers, but it's got a lot of mechanical excursion. It moves a butt ton. Very, very good high excursion driver, big voice coil, loads of power handling, looks awesome as well. But the problem with this driver is that it lends itself to be an infinite baffle driver. And what that means is its TS parameters meant that when people were using the TS parameters to design a box for that driver, it was basically leading people to design boxes that were like massive, that would equate to about 10 cubic foot for a 12-inch sub, because that driver is really designed for like infinite baffle application. So it never really reaches mechanical limits on its designed power. And as a result of that, all of the box tuning calculators and stuff that people were using were just telling them to make the box really, really big for the efficiency and the loudness. And that's not really what I wanted. And that's not really, they didn't really scale to like most 12-inch subs either, you know, that you'd use. So unfortunately I didn't get to use it, but I've never tested it in any of these boxes. So I've no idea how it actually does, how it sounds, how it performs. So, you know, I would be curious to see what it does. It doesn't really make any difference. It's not going to tell us anything. We're never going to use that driver. Well, we could possibly use it for infinite baffle. I could cut a hole in the, I don't really want to cut a hole in the back, but a lot of people have suggested, hey, Bearbeards, cut a hole in the back of the test cabin and try infinite baffle. And if I was going to do that with a single 12, that would be the driver to do it with. Or maybe even the B2, although the FS is too low. So yeah, the pre-audio would be the driver to do it with, because it is kind of set up for that. Did you ever do an IB test with it? Exactly that. I didn't, because I didn't want to cut a hole in the freaking test cabin. So I don't have to patch it back up again. Did you do Aeroport versus slot? I didn't do Aeroport versus slot in the same volume and tuning of enclosure. That actually would have been a good idea. But the whole thing with this series was, it wasn't my ideas, it was user submissions. So if somebody had submitted 2 enclosures, one of them an Aeroport, one of them a slot port with the exact same tuning and box volumes and stuff, then that might have been one that featured, but no one did that, so I never printed them. Yeah, Robert, that's very true. Yeah, we could like wall it off. But I think it would make more sense just to, I mean, I'm not going to be using this test cabin for season 2, so I'll just cut a hole in the back. Screw it. I will cut a hole in the back and we'll test Infinite Baffle at some point. Alright, what did you guys want to see next? I think most people wanted to see the tuba. When you got like, the neuter shooter was the funniest name, but the tuba goes, yeah. The neuter shooter was jokes. Alright, let's get this. Let's do the tuba. I hope everyone's ears are prepared for this. This thing is loud, with a capital L. I wonder what the tuba sounds like actually playing normal music, just like, you know, not sped up or anything, just like actual music. I've never tested that. Maybe we can have a listen. Like, obviously there won't be any highs because it's, you know, just friggin' firing into this horn, but I wonder what it will sound like. You could remove the door and put a little piece of wood. I could, but the driver would be in a weird ass position, wouldn't it? At the front there. I don't know if that would really line up with what it would be if the driver was in the back. So with the tuba, it's way too small to be able to screw the driver in. So we're going to do the same thing that we did with the sixth order, where we just use the blue tack and compress it so that it holds nicely. Okay. Ah, no. So with the tuba, I actually need the adhesive stuff, the putty, to be on the front because it mounts kind of invert mount into the line. So let's get some of this and whack it on the front of the driver. And then I've got to run this stuff all along the bloody seams of the horn as well. That's going to take a while. We should have a chat about something, guys. Might be here for a hot minute. This thing would be huge, full size. And that's one of the things that I wanted to get out of doing this finale, right? Is that, yes, the tuba is probably going to be the loudest enclosure here, but the tuba is also about 4 times the size of the benchmark Aeroport, for example. So that doesn't really make sense. Like, you wouldn't, you know, if you had this amount of space to use in your system, then if you wanted to get loud, if you were just talking about loudness, you would just, you know, have 4 12s in the same space that the tuba takes up with 1 12 in it. Do you know what I mean? And obviously that would be way louder. That would be doing 150s. So the tuba, yes, is the best performing enclosure here for sure. But one thing I didn't really consider when I was doing the rules for season 1 was, do I actually want just like the loudest box in this space, or do I need to introduce some kind of ratio for the size? So, you know, some kind of point system for the size. So whatever the average scores are for each box, the average is then multiplied, or, you know, multiplied by a kind of size factor number. So let's say that the maximum amount of volume space that I gave you was the size of the tuba, then the tuba would be multiplied by 1, right? And then for smaller boxes, let's say that a box was half the size of the tuba, then would those scores get divided by 0.5? So that the final scores become like a kind of how loud is it for its size taken into account kind of thing, rather than it just being how loud is it even though it's freaking massive and you could have fitted 4 subs in the space that this takes up. So I did try and figure out, like, is there a calculation I can do here to account for the size of these things, but I'm not really a mathematician, so I was kind of struggling to figure out a way to fairly handicap enclosures that are massive and give an advantage, to enclosures that are smaller. I couldn't really figure out a way to do that sort of seemed to work properly. There will definitely be a way, but I just couldn't figure it out. I just couldn't sort of work out what I needed to do. We don't need to measure the displacement with water. We can just do like the height times width times depth, because that's what it takes up in the cabin. What I was struggling with was just how to sort of apply a calculation to the boxes relevant to their size that then gives us a sort of scoring system for how loud it is for its size. dB per volume. Okay, so what would that calculation look like? Let's say that the tuba averages a 148 dBs, and let's say that the benchmark aeroport averages a 133 dB. Okay, but the tuba is 4 times the size of the benchmark aero. So what calculation would I need to make to those scores to even them out on a level playing field for their size? You can't do it like times 4. You couldn't do the benchmark aeroport times 4, because then 133 dBs times 4 is like obviously ridiculous. I couldn't really do it times what is it? I couldn't really do it divided by 0.25, because again that would then be ridiculous. I think the problem with it is that dBs aren't linear, so even though I have got 4 of the benchmark aeroport, that doesn't mean that it's 4 times as loud. And 4 times as loud isn't 4 times 133 dBs. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of like awkward numbers and awkward ways that loudness scales and stuff that to take into account. And that's kind of where I got a bit stuck. You could use the assumption that every time something is twice as loud, it's plus 3 dBs. That's kind of something that has been knocking around for a long time. People will say twice as loud, 3 dB. So if that was the case, then 133 plus 3 dB, 136. Twice loud again is 139. So that would mean that 4 of the benchmark aeroports would be 139 dB average. And I don't know, would it? I feel like it would be louder. So it doesn't really, I don't know, it just doesn't seem to like work. dB divided by the volume in litres. Would that work maybe? dB divided by volume in litres. No, that wouldn't work, because like I said, the dB doesn't scale linearly. So in that sense, if we did the volume, the dB divided by the volume, that would mean that very, very small enclosures would get a monstrously high score compared to the big enclosures, because the dB numbers are quite similar, you know, 135, 145, those numbers are quite similar, but the volume numbers are wildly different, aren't they? So, you know, if the tuber box is 4 times the size of the benchmark aeroport box, that's not going to work. It's going to give a massive advantage in that calculation to the smaller box. Like, too much of an advantage, you know what I mean? Okay, so let's see if this now seals up against the against where this needs to go. Let's just check that makes a seal. I can't remember whether I used blue tack or whether I used this putty before. I remember this being a fiddly pain in the butt to get right. Okay. Yo, what's going on, Matt? How's it going, buddy? Good to see you here, my friend. Okay, is that well seated and sealed? Possibly. When you have high QTS, stiff spiders, strong motor, lots of moving mass, it just wangs at FS. Seek for a burpee fourth order, yeah. I think that's what this little B2 2-inch driver wants to do. He wants to play fourths and stuff. Alright, let's just go with that. Let's go with that. I'm sure it'll be fine. No! No! The freaking wire came off the driver. So now I've got to remove it because the freaking terminal's on the other side. No! Oh man. Who designed this freaking tuber? Oh man, I've got to do that all again now. Fuck's sake. How's the stream going so far? Yeah, it's alright, pretty good. It's taken ages to do stuff, but it is pretty good. Tell you what, does anybody fancy an advert to help me with my YouTube income? If you're watching on mobile or something and you haven't got ad blocker, do you mind if I press the ad button, guys? Please. How's it going, Bigsy? How's it going, my friend? Good to see you on the stream. Right, I'm going to hit the ad button. Some of you might have got an ad. Most of you probably haven't. Right, let's do that again. Put the putty round the driver. Put the putty round the driver. Do, 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 do. Okie dokie. I'm going to put the driver in with the terminals facing out this time, so if that happens again, then I can just put the wire back in without having to take the driver out. So those of you who got adverts, what did you get an advert for? Curious to see what it's what it's giving you on my streams. What is it recommending that you buy? Right, how are we looking? How lined up are we now? Right, that should now be nicely sealed in there. Make sure it is airtight. No, it is not quite. Bit more that way. Trying to sell me a truck. Did it work? Do you want to buy a truck? Probably not. I'm not actually convinced I've got a particularly good seal in there with that one this time. I got a better seal last time, I think. But screw it, let's just roll with it and see what happens. We know that the tuber's going to win anyway. But I'm just curious to see how much louder it is in the dining room. So this is a horn, so it has a sealed rear chamber for the driver and a horn on the front. Alright, let's just send it like that. That'll do. Yeah, so being in different places, Matt, in real life, does affect your DBs. So when we test for proper droppers, being on grass or on concrete makes a difference, and whether you're up near a wall or not makes a difference as well to your score. It does make a difference. It is real. Obviously, also the temperature and the humidity of the day makes a difference as well. There's so many factors. So many factors. All right, so we're gonna actually play some music just out of the test cabin. Just curious to see how the heck this thing sounds on music. Just playing some actual music, you know, full scale, full size, full music, not sped up or anything like that. Just because I'm curious to see how it sounds. I've never actually played any music through it. Obviously, you won't get any treble really, you know, because it's a horn, but just kind of curious. So one trick you can do, guys, if you want to, like, you know, use some coolish sounding music for YouTube that's not going to get demonetized, go to SoundCloud and type in flip. Anything that's a flip generally won't be monetized because a flip is a remix that has not been done with the permission or anything or the consent of the original artist. So it's like a remix, but it won't ever be like content ID'd. So let's just see what this sounds like. We get the power meter up as well while we're at it. It sounds awful, man. Sounds like you're listening to music down a drain pipe. Which I guess it would do, right? It's not what it was designed for. And also, obviously, the bass, the kicks in this music are way under the tuning frequency of this horn. So, yeah, not going to sound good. Let's just try something else. See what else we got. Go to likes. Flip. So the lowest quarter wave mode of this is somewhere around the 150 hertz mark, something like that. Yeah, it obviously just sounds like this, like someone's playing to you down a drain pipe, because there's no highs, because of obviously the horn is killing all of that, which is to be expected. Is it loud? There aren't really any of those frequencies that this really wants to play in a lot of these tracks. This is a tune. This next one. Oh, the low tones in her voice are like very potent. That little tone, that is actually very potent. That's about where this wants to play. It's actually kind of interesting. So in that very narrow band, on some of those, like, those are very loud for this size of speaker, like so that's interesting. So if you incorporated something like this into probably a 5-way, given the narrow bands of all this stuff, it might actually have some merit. It's funny, everything is so quiet, but then occasionally there's like one specific synth or note or snap or something that just goes way. Oh, that whoop, whoop, that was very loud. So yeah, it's just the occasional note here and there is very loud.
You are no good for me. And I am already halfway up the door.
Oh, that like.
Don't go with kiss me, stay with tipsy, baby. I lose my cool. When I get emotional.
Yeah, so there's the odd occasional like sound in actual unscaled music that this wants to play, and when it hits it, it comes out of nowhere. You know, it sounds like shit and quiet, and then all of a sudden there's like, whoa, okay, Jesus, right. So anyway, how are these tones looking outside of the box? Just for a sec, just make sure I've got the driver light in a good position and stuff. See, that's not sounding great. That doesn't really sound right. I'm wondering if the driver's not quite positioned right. It sounds very distorted. Yeah, there's a lot of distortion going on in there. Oh, I don't know, guys. It's not quite right, and it's taken me ages to like position it and stuff. Sounds like mega coil rub or something. Sounds bad. Well, we can't test it like that, so I'm just going to pull it and just have a little peek, see what's going on. Okay, that's cool. This has come off quite nicely. I could easily put that back in. Let's put that back down. So let's just have a look and see what the driver's doing. Oh yeah, mega rubby, buzzy, something bad. Okay, let's take that off. Try that again. What's it not happy with? What's it doing? Okay. Why are you buzzing so much? Have we finally damaged this driver? It is buzzy. It is very buzzy. Is it the tinsel leads? Don't think so. Not the tinsels. Is it the spider? Is it the cone? Is it the glue on the surround? Hang on a minute, that seems to shut it up. Pushing hard down on the cone. That's weird! When I pushed hard down on the cone, like that, and let go, it sorted itself out. Now it's not buzzing anymore. What is the buzzing then? That's so strange. What is the buzzing then? Alright, well, whatever. Alright. Let's load up some blue tack, some pink tack, and just try it one more time, because we do love the tuber, don't we? I could try the Dayton driver in the tuber, but the dangerous thing about trying the Dayton driver in the tuber is that I can't see the excursion, so I don't know the Dayton driver well enough to feel comfortable like pushing it hard, you know, yet, because I haven't learnt it. I haven't learned what it sounds like when it's struggling. I haven't learned what its limits are, etc., etc., etc. Possibly deformed the former for the coil, and when you pushed it down, it sort of bent it back straight. Maybe. Would it fit? Yeah, it looks like it will fit. Possibly. We'll see. I'll line it up in a minute and see. Yeah, I'll try an imported box after this. So after we've done this, I'll try the Dayton driver that I'm planning to use for Season 2. In a ported box of some kind. Will it blend? That's the question. David, I love your videos. My favourite is your pioneer playing Taking Chances. Bro, that is an old video. Sheesh. You inspired me to get 215s in my room. Nice, man. Awesome. Well, I hope you enjoy your 15s. What 15s did you get? Let me know what subs you got, bro. I can't actually remember what video that was where I played Taking Chances. Maybe it's in the bedroom on the home theatre setup, was it? Taking Chances. That is actually a great tune. I haven't played that one in ages. Taking Chances. Oh, guys, I did a new rebase. Yo! I haven't released it yet or anything. But if you want an early sneak peek, I did a new rebase, so I'm going to give you guys the link. It's an unlisted video, okay? So you can have the link and you can play it as much as you like. Share it around with anyone that you like. Download it using a YouTube MP3. I don't care. I just haven't released it yet because I didn't want to release it randomly on my channel and it get like 200 views, and didn't want to release it on my Basso Profondo channel because I'm doing Boom or Bust again on that one, re-releasing the video. So I just wasn't sure where to put it, but you can have it and you can enjoy it. It's Let Go by Arc Patrol. I've actually spelt the title wrong. I've made it say Let It Go. So this is the link to my latest rebase. I haven't done a rebase in years, but there you go. Have fun, enjoy. It plays down to 23 hertz. So a nice deep digger for you. I got 215s from a Brazilian brand called FB Audio. They're pushed by a SD3000. Very nice. I hope you enjoy it, my friend. Right. Can I line this driver up a little better? I'm actually going to press play on the tones so that I can listen. Oh, she be buzzing again, guys. She do be buzzing again. I think the driver's just a bit screwed now. TBH. Ah, I've just realised what it is. I think it's the blue tack on the inside. Yeah, it's the blue tack on the inside here. I just need to fold this out. The driver's fine. It's the blue tack on the inside, kind of getting under the basket. Alright, is that sealed nicely? That should be alright, that should do. That should do. There we go, that's fine. It's good enough. Let's pop the lid on. Oh, all of a sudden it comes to life. Did you hear that? Excursion, thanks for the kind words on the rebase, man. It's been a long time since I've done a rebase, but I quite like that one. It goes quite nice. That's so much better. Oh my god. That is now potent AF. Woo. Little air leak at the back here actually. Very minor. Yeah, that is now very potent. Maybe I can try one more track on it. Now that it's not buzzing and stuff. I'll try a song now. Yeah, I'll try a song now. See if that's any different. Right. Let's go back to here and go back to here. That's going to be copyrighted, that one.
Hold up. That's we thinking we solve, we don't.
That's actually completely different. So I must have had the driver in a bad position earlier. That is really interesting. Obviously there's no bass. It's not a subwoofer. It's not it. But the frequencies it wants to play are actually, they have a really good shape. They actually shape really well. That actually sounds kind of mad. Like if you added a tweeter or added a like a dome mid range or a mid end of tweet or something, like a vocal range thing at the top there, and you added a sub or like a driver that could dig down to the lows, what this is doing is actually kind of insane. Like the notes that it wants to play are potent and kind of very I don't know how to describe it. Sounds mad. It sounds like a horn. If you've heard like proper horns, full range horns, you know what I mean. Just gonna try and find another track that's got like something in it that this really wants to play. Let's just go down here, but that also won't get me demonetized. So on that kick drum, the upper transients are obviously in the range that this wants to play because they are like coming out of this like a needle. They are sharp. They slap you in the face. That track doesn't really have anything in it that just wants to play apart from the kick. That's actually the track that I used in the B2 video. You know what? Rock metal would actually probably sound insane on this right now, but I don't know any metal tracks that are copyright free. Does anyone have any links? If you've got any links to any like metal with like chuggy guitars in it that won't get me demonetized, send a link and I'll try it, because I reckon that would be probably quite crazy. There's some notes in that are sounding freaking crazy, to be fair. Also, another thing I've just noticed, like I don't have a high pass filter applied to this, so currently the driver in here is just flapping around like nuts trying to play like 38 hertz, and it's preventing me from really turning it up onto the frequencies it wants to play. I don't know if there's a really quick and easy low high pass filter I can apply to Windows somewhere. If I downloaded these tracks, I could just do it in Audacity, but actually, you know what? I've got one of these tracks downloaded. I've got the Skrillex flip downloaded. I can just bring that into Audacity, apply a high pass filter. Oh no, I don't have the actual individual tracks here. Right, let's choose a track from my list of flips on SoundCloud here real quick, and if there's one that seems like it has potential for some good sounds, but it's being hindered by the lows, then we'll download it real quick. Yeah, that one's possibly quite cool. Right, so let's grab that one. SoundCloud downloader. Hehehe. Oh. A pirate's life for me. Okay, that link doesn't work. Let's try this one. There we go. That one do. Okay, there we go. So that's now in there. So I'm going to bring that into Audacity. Okay, open up Audacity and then solo, and then select all, effect, high pass filter. And we're going to go frequency. I'm going to go 170 hertz with the 12 dB. It will still let us through some of the 125s. There we go. Right, let's see what this sounds like then. I'll now be able to crank it up very loud, and it won't like destroy the driver. Okay, it's just only 20 watts. It's not 20 watts actually. It's like 1 watt, because the wattage on the screen here that you're seeing is scaled watts. So it's times by a factor of 36. It's times by 36. So divide the number you see on the screen by 36. That's the amount of watts going to this driver right now. That's so crazy. You can hear what I'm saying. Jesus Christ, that's so cool. Oh my gosh, like, what? some of the tones coming out of that are much louder than they should be. That is quite mad. Right, do you guys have any metal tracks for me? But anyway. I wouldn't say no to a pair of bookshelf speakers with that sort of thing incorporated in it. There's something magical about how that kind of sounds on the lows there. Anyway, what we should be doing, rather than procrastinating, is dropping this into the test cabin and yeah, see what it does. Down here. Right, let's pop that like that. One, two, three. Now, obviously, this enclosure is freaking massive. What kind of score do you think we're going to see, gents and any ladies? Any lady? Why would there be? Alright, so I think for fun, so we're going to see obviously what score it does, but I'm going to see if I can get it to do a 150 anyway, just on like more power than we calibrate, because that would be sick to see a 150, wouldn't it, from a single 12, whatever, you know. But yeah, to get it to do the 150, I might need to shift the box around a little bit, because the average will be the same regardless of the position, but the peak might be different. So let's stop and go to RTA, start. Let's go to Audacity and let's select the 150. The seat is in the upright position, which is correct. So I guess we just have to hit it and see what it does. Oh my god, guys, this is going to be so freaking loud. Right, there we go, about there. Go back to RTA, start. Almost a 148. So yeah, almost 2 dBs louder than anything else. And that's actually kind of similar to what we got upstairs in the workshop. Actually, it's a little bit down, actually. Really? It's a little bit down, I think. I think we got a 148, but we did have the. I think we had the tuba box in a slightly different position before when we had it up in the workshop. So a 147.9 for the tuba, and it won't get any louder even if I put more power to it because that is on mechanical limit. But the next frequency up, we possibly can put more power to. Oh my god, this is going to be very loud, guys. This is going to be very, very loud. Oh my god. Okay, about there. I think that might be similar, like a 147-ish, something like that. Yeah, 146.3. A little bit louder by putting my hand on the top there. Does that actually make a difference? Hang on, let's just. Oh, let's tighten that up a bit. That wasn't very tight. $146.9. We'll use 146.9, but if I put my hand on the top, it gets louder. But no, we'll use 146.9 because that's fair. That's what the test cabin is. 146.9. Reset. Next one up. That doesn't sound very loud. Although it never does, to be fair, on the high frequency one. 135.8. About there. $138.8. Cool. So average wise then, the tuba, I've got a feeling it might have actually lost. It might actually be slightly less than it was before, and that could just be the driver, or this test cabin is getting a bit like, you know, rattled to pieces. 147.9 plus 146.9 plus 135.8 plus 138.8 divided by 4. It gives it a 142.35 average, which 132.35. Oh, is that, yeah, no, it is louder. It's louder than before. Yeah, by like half a dB. Interesting. 142 dB average. It was moving the box. Yeah, this whole thing was like moving across the desk, wasn't it? Right, so should we try and hit a 150 now then? So I think the chances of us hitting a 150 are going to lie most often on, like, it's going to do it on the 33 scaled. So the 198, okay? And so I think what we're going to do is to see if we can hit 150, we're going to move the box around while the tone's playing and see what the loudest position at this frequency is. So let me just play that frequency and start moving the box around. Okay. Chair down probably is better. I'm going to take peak hold off. So doesn't seem to make a huge difference, chair down or not. That's quieter. That way round, quieter again. Still not any better. Okay, that's louder, right up against the wall there. That's a 125.4. So further towards the back is better. Alright, that's the best position so far. Right up against the glass and quite close to the back. Let's just try and flip it round, see what happens. That's loads quieter, isn't it, flipping it around to the front like that. So it's definitely firing back right in the corner like that. I think is where it wants to be. That's where it wants to be, guys. So we're going to try and go for the 150 on a burp. Wrong corner for the horn mouth. Okay, so if I flip it up the other way around, that might be better. So we'll try for the 150 like this, and then if then we'll try it the other way around and see if that makes any difference. Okay, yeah, I hear you. I hear you. We'll try flipping it the other way around again. But let's just see how loud it can get with in this current position. Okay. Peak hold. It's bloody moving across the desk. Almost there. Ah. we go, ladies and gentlemen. A 150.3 and I had to hold the roof down, so it needs a stripper pole. That's crazy. How much less loud is it without the holding the roof? If I just hold it in place, it doesn't bounce around. Oh, it does. It did still do a 150 there. Almost. Yeah, 150.1. If I screw this down a little bit harder. That's pretty good. What can it do with a bit more power, even? 150.5. Is this going to be the end of the driver? Ah, 151 almost. I'm just seeing if I can smell the driver. I can't smell it yet. I'll try the flip. Yeah, I'm just tempted to see how loud I can get with this. That's a lot more power. That was like 2,000 watts on the screen there, which equates to 2,100 divided by 36. That was 58 watts going to the driver, which actually is not that much, is it? Let's be honest. So now you want me to flip the box over so the horn's in the other corner? Okay. Oh yeah, the voice coil's in the sealed section. Yeah, you're right, it is. So I'm not going to smell it. I forgot that it had a sealed section. Guys, I don't know whether the stream will get across how obnoxiously loud this is in the room just now. Like doing those like 150 dB bursts. Like the score here, it's not scaled. Inside this cabin right here, there is 151 dBs of 200 hertz. It is ridiculous. Right, so currently the horn mouth was on that side. So you fine gentlemen are saying flip it over this way. Like these, yes? Okay. All right. Okay, so the horn is now going to be up against that side instead. But yeah, so guys, if you took this this whole setup here and you scaled it up, so if you built a somewhat extreme-ish type cabin, you know, if you MDF'd your cabin like this, completely out, MDF roof, MDF everything, MDF, and you built a tuber HT with a 500 watt RMS 12-inch driver inside, and you played 33 hertz, then you would probably be doing a 150. And it's not even that much power either. That was scaled power to do that on a 500 watt RMS sub. To do that 150 required about 2,000 watts clamped to the coil, so you would need you'd need like a 5k amp or something, you know, 5, 6, maybe an 8k amp to clamp because the driver will probably have a fair bit of rise, maybe, I don't know. All right, let's see then with this position, is that any different? Right, I'm just going to calibrate the position, get it perfect. So 124.8. So if I just bring it back a little bit, how does that change it? It's very hard to get my hand in here. Okay, that's not as loud. So we're going to go further towards the back. Come away a little bit. There we go, about there. Yeah, so about there. So what do you reckon then, guys? Are we going to be able to get louder, or is this going to be quieter than the other way around? I think it's going to be louder. It's going to be a lot louder. We're not even at the normal power limit yet for boomer bus testing. Just a little bit away from that 150. What about seat up? What's it doing with the seat up? Damn, it doesn't want to do a 150. There we go. Let the coil cool down a little bit. I haven't been pushing on the lid still though yet, have I? So let's go a little bit more. Just let the coil just cool a little bit. Okay, there's 150.6 without pushing. So now if I push, what do we get? And that's 1700 watts. We topped out at 2100 last time. There we go. That's about the same. It's about the same amount of power as last time. So 151.6. Yeah, very similar actually on both sides. Interestingly, it's not like loads of dBs louder. Can we go? How far can we go with it? How far can we go? 51.8. 2,500 watts scaled. Let's let it cool off for a sec. I was just seeing what it was like to put my ear near the door. 140 dBs. Unpleasant. Heck knows about 150. Like actually almost deafening. Look at this piece of tissue paper here. Look at this. Ready? There you can see that. Can you see that through the thing? It floats it. Alright, cool down a bit now. What are we going to do? Bit more power. Nah, that's as much as it wants to. I think it's probably mechanically limited at this point. It's probably mechanically limited at this point. I don't quite want to. I don't think I want to kill the driver just yet because I've still got to retest all the other some of the other boxes. Probably won't do it on this live stream, but I still got to retest a lot of the other boxes. But I think what I want to do now is I want to test the Dayton. Okay, I want to see how the Dayton fares in the benchmark aeroport, which is just the nice easy little enclosure. The only annoying thing about the benchmark aero actually is that the hole is a little bit big for this driver. The actual cutout dimensions are a little bit smaller on this, and also the screw threads are like buggered on this, so I can't screw it in very tightly. So maybe I can whack it in. I don't know. What's another box that the driver really struggled in? Actually, hang on a minute. This box here. This is the kind of twin ported jobby. That one did really well, didn't it, just now? And the hole is actually a decent size. It's not too big here, so maybe we can whack it in there. Right, all right. I'll go a touch more on the dial. This is a 100 watt PA amplifier. Right, ready? There we go. 142.3. Sorry, 152.3. Coil was a little bit cooler probably, and a bit more power. The thing is though, it's not starting to sound like distorted. I mean, it probably is. It's hard to tell. It's freaking loud as heck in here, but it's not bottoming out. $152.3 from a single 12. If you've made your cabin look like this. Would you be impressed by that? If someone rocked up to a show, right, and they got like a hatchback type car, and they've done an MDF install, you know, the square thing like this. This is in the car, right, just like on the surfaces on the back window, with a single 12 in a tuba HT, clamping like 2,800 watts, doing a 152.3 at 33 hertz. Would you be like, damn? Right, a little bit more power. I was going to let it cool down for a minute. While that cools down for a minute, I'm going to get this. What do you reckon? The Dayton driver in the dual ported, or the Dayton driver in the Justin T line? What do you want to see? Justin T line with Dayton, or do you want to see the dual ported that we tested earlier that actually did really well? It got it did. Actually, no, I think I'm going to do the dual ported because the dual ported did really well. So the series reflex did really well on the 25 scale and the 33 scale, but it really struggled on the higher frequencies, and I believe that's to do with the driver. So the Dayton is supposed to nullify the problems with the driver. So I think we're going to try this in here. So I think, and the reason for that is because the T-line is probably going to load the driver well enough at the higher frequencies. And what I need the Dayton to do is to be able to control itself at the higher frequencies and not rely on a quarter wave loading or anything like that. So I think we're going to try this. Yeah. So the power figure that you're seeing on the screen there, that's not actually what this driver's getting. All right. That's how much power a 12-inch driver would be getting. Okay. Yeah, the amount of power this is getting is just that number you see divided by 36. All right, we've gone up a bit more on the amp. Is it going to blow the cone out? Are you ready? What's it going to do? At 152.3, ready? Oh, that was like 4.5K. It wasn't any louder though. 4 points. No, it wasn't any louder. I think that's all it's got. I think it's only got that much in it mechanically. That was 4,200 watts divided by 36. So that little driver was getting 116 watts, guys. It's got a 15 watts RMS, and it was getting 116 across the coil just then. I don't think it's got a 153 in it, guys. I don't think it has, unless there's a better optimal position for the box. I'm definitely at mechanical. I must be. The realistic only benched 100 watts at 4 ohms for us and 80 watt at 8. Oh, I might even be clipping the amplifier then. I might even be clipping the amp. That might be the limiter, the limiting factor here. Yeah, I never even thought of that. I didn't actually think that I would ever get to the point where I was, reaching the limits of the of this. I think the Peerless driver is a 4 ohm driver, so maybe I'll hit clip on the amp and this would actually be louder if I had a bigger amp. What the heck, guys? Yeah, I must be clipping the amp, surely. I hadn't even considered that. I'm kind of scared to see what that sounds like on the table at that level. Like, obviously the cabin won't be loading the driver, so it's probably not the best idea, but I'm kind of interested to see just like what it... Oh my god. Alright, hang on a minute. Oh my god. It's unbelievable on the bench in front of me. My entire body is like... Yeah, that's already at mechanical, only at like the 1,000 watts on the screen there. So I can smell the coil, which means that it must be cooking, because if I can smell the coil through the cone, it must be cooking. All right, let's pull it apart. But maybe, just maybe, there's something to be said about making horn enclosures like this for your kind of kick bass, mid-range, like tiny little speakers. Oh, I know that smell. Oh yeah, she's stanky. Boop. Can't believe it. 150 dBs from this. That's probably 60 degrees Celsius, maybe like 55, 60 degrees Celsius on the motor. You did well, little guy. You did well. I wonder what the TS parameters would be like now. What device are you using for the wattage readouts? I'm using an SPL Lab Next LCD. So SPL Lab Next LCD with the power sensor. Come on, off you come. All right. That was crazy. So now we move on to the Dayton. See what this does. I've got a feeling it might not be louder than the Peerless because the actual piston area is smaller. And I was going to see whether it more closely resembles a real 12-inch sub or not. But yeah, you can see how the piston diameter is actually a little bit smaller than on the Peerless. Only by a little bit. But it is slightly smaller. The motor looks about the same size. They're both 2 inches. Yeah, so on paper, the Dayton supposedly has twice the X-Max as the Peerless. I don't know about the X-Mech though. Yeah, I'm actually impressed. The Peerless is still doing all right. It's still doing just fine. I can't believe it. This thing has been literally to hell and back. 118 watts through that little voice coil. Right. Time to see what the Dayton can do. Time to see whether the Dayton has better control of its cone on the higher frequencies. I'm hoping it does. It should do. Yeah, I was expecting to at one point just hear like, like of the cone like destroying itself, but it didn't happen. It just kept on giving. And if this isn't an advert for Peerless, I don't know what is. It's not sponsored. It's not an advert for Peerless at all. Promise. But if Peerless want to sponsor me, then that's pretty cool. Although we're not using the Peerless anymore. But the Peerless will probably make a return in Season 2. Season 2 is gonna hit different, guys. Season 2 is going to see the Peerless. It's going to see the Dayton. It's going to see 3 more Daytons. I've got 4 of these. Season 2 is going to see the B2 RC2. It's probably going to see this little thing as well, the Pui audio driver, the kind of infinite baffle style type thing. It's going to be interesting, I think. This amp will never die. You could play this amp into a dead short for a couple of seconds and it would be like, eh. Now, one slightly annoying thing on the Daytons is the terminals are much smaller. I don't actually know if I can get this wire through the hole. Oh, actually, yeah, we can. There we go. There's really tiny terminals on the Daytons here. Guys, don't forget to play the live stream at ×2 speed every now and then to catch up, because you might be behind. So if you hit ×2, then it will sort of fast forward and you'll come back to the actual live. Anyone that joins this live stream just now is going to see the 152.3 dBs in the corner and be like, what? What the heck did that? Okay. There we go, little guy. Let's get you all screwed in. I'm not going to solder the leads. Just for this little test. If this was going into a permanent installation, yeah, absolutely, soldering the leads would be best, but it's a very low amount of power, realistically, that's getting sent to this thing, so... Yeah, unfortunately, my B2 RC2 has a bunch of coil rub, not from my testing, just from the factory. It's been assembled slightly off center, which is a bit annoying. I've heard that some people have had that issue as well. It's kind of hit and miss as to whether you get a good one or not. Go. Alright, now I'm just going to play this outside of the test cabin to start with, just to kind of get a feel for what it is and what it wants to do and what it doesn't want to do. Maybe we can bring the camera a little closer. First time we'll be moving the camera this stream, but you didn't know we could do that. All right, so let's go to the tones and let's just play some of the tones and just see how the driver's reacting to these. So it's solo, the lowest one. Actually got an ever so slight air leak, actually, I just noticed. Ever so slight. Probably doesn't make a great deal of difference, but it's very slight air leak there. But looking good so far. The driver was being held pretty still there. What's he doing? All right, let's see whether that's got rid of some of the air leaks now. Sealed of boxes, but so I'm just going to go ahead and monitor the power real quick on the power meter. Okay, wow, that's sounding and looking really good on the low frequency there. Very little movement, to be honest, which is cool. Now, what I'm curious to try, I'm just going to try the next one up, which is probably going to be quite potent. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's the excursion is even, which is what we want to see. Now, these next two frequencies are going to be the telltale as to whether this driver is going to be better than the Peerless, to see whether the cone kind of sucks itself out or not. Amazing! It doesn't. It doesn't. It stays dead center, which the Peerless doesn't do. Amazing. And what about the high one? Okay, well, it doesn't want to play that frequency because that's a lot of power and not much movement, but it is staying dead center, which is exactly what we want. Perfect. I'm so happy. Excellent stuff. So we could put this in the cabin and see if it's any louder than the Peerless was with this same box, shall we? As a last little final test. Now this is gonna sound a lot better on the music test because we can hear all of the treble because obviously we can, you know, we've got access to the cone here. Yeah, that's pretty loud. Obviously, we've got all the treble and stuff there. That is obnoxiously loud. These little drivers are great. Sounds alright. It's not. I wouldn't say it's definitely not the most amazing, cleanest sounding driver. There's definitely some distortions going on some of the kind of mid-rangey, low kick mid-rangey frequencies. But a pair of these in your pillars on the dash would be able to keep up with a lot of bass for sure, crossed over high enough. So yeah, let's just slap this in the cabin. Screw it, fuck it, why not? Let's just see whether it's doing any better than the Peerless. Now I'm gonna just slap it smack bang in the middle. I can't remember which exit we had the port. I think we had the port on this exit before. Just going to try and do the same as we did with the Peerless, just to give it a fair chance and see whether it is any louder across the board or quieter than the Peerless. Okay, slap that in there like that. Smack that down. Here we go. Where's my other clamps? Here they are. All right. Yeah, interesting. Let's see whether this is louder or quieter than the Peerless. This is kind of going to be the telling point of whether this is going to be cool for season 2. Really, I think it is already, just by how the driver's reacting. Much better than the Peerless. I'm super happy with that. So let's do our tones. Let's calibrate ourselves a 150 Hertz. It's kind of already a mechanical limit there, not going to lie. Okay, there we go. That's probably fine. I don't want to push it too hard. I don't really know this driver yet, so let's stick with that. That's about 600 watts there on the meter, scaled. So reset. And 3, 2, 1. Oh! Yo! That is ridiculous! What did the Peerless do? The Peerless did a freaking... The Peerless did a 143! What the... Eh? Hang on a minute. Let me just confirm I didn't have the power turned up too much or something. Look, even at bloody 300 watts is doing a 140. Jesus, what the hell? Okay. Flipping heck. Well, there it is, guys. Jesus. Next tone. Unbelievable. All right, let me just note these scores down. A 148.1. Right, reset. Power. Start. Yeah, the cam is behind the meter. Yeah, that's because the camera has a bit of a delay. I could delay the meter. Actually, that might be good. If I just go to filters and where are we? Filters. Can do async delay. I don't know where it is. I'll do it. I'll do it some other time. It's not important right now. What is important is getting this next frequency calibrated on the power. Oh my god, this sounds so freaking loud. It's not even that much power yet. Jesus. That's mechanical limit. It's not at its power limit yet, but I think this driver must just be a bunch more efficient than the Peerless, because we're at mechanical limit now, pretty much, and that's not. Oh, Jesus! Okay. I think this is going to be really loud, guys. Okay, ready? Oh, okay. Sounds louder over there than it is. A 146. So interestingly enough, this is quieter than the 150, whereas it was the other way round on the Peerless. The Peerless was a 143 and then a 146, whereas this is a 148 and then a 146. It's weird how that goes, isn't it? If I push down with my hand, it's a 147. Oh no, it's still a 147. A 147.1. There we go. Let's stick with that. That's crazy. 147.1. This is like tuber level freaking score, and it's about half the size. Right, now this is going to be the interesting bit, because this is where the Peerless really struggles with these higher frequencies because the cone like messes up. So with the 45 scaled, but the cabin is introducing a lower harmonic. The wood on top is like resonating at an octave lower or something. Weird. There we go. RTA, start. A 135.5, which is up from the Peerless. It's, you know, still quite a bit down from a 140, but it's up. And now we do the last one, which is this one. There we go. Yeah, okay, so I think this box and the positioning of it just doesn't want to do these high frequencies, because the driver's got no problem playing that. I think this box just really doesn't like those highs. 128.5. Weirdly, the Peerless was louder at this frequency. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. 28.7. So that gives the average with this driver. I'm so freaking happy that this is louder than the Peerless, because I didn't want to go backwards, you know. 148.1 plus. Imagine what this Dayton would do in the bloody tuba. That's how we'd get our 153. 148.1 plus 147.1 plus 135.5 plus 128.7 equals, divided by 4, 139.85 average. So that is almost 2 dBs louder than the Peerless driver in the same box. So I think we have a winner there with this new driver, and I've got 4 of them, so we can do all sorts of fun stuff in season 2. Now, if you've made it this far, thank you so much. It is past my bedtime, so but before you go, I just want to give a little spoiler for season 2. So some of you may have seen my community post a while ago. I was needing to purchase one of these. I'm going to share my screen. Just double check that I can share my screen. Looks okay to me. Window capture, there we go. So this is what I was after for season 2. There's one of these for sale in the UK for £300. This isn't actually the listing that I was looking at previously. Hang on a minute. Go to watch list. Here it is. This is the one that I'm looking at. So this is a 1/6 scale RC car. It has a full interior, fully modelled interior with opening trunk and doors and everything. So it is essentially a perfect 1/6 scale vehicle cabin, which will be way more accurate than this test cabin I put together, I believe. We'll have to see how the plastic flexes and stuff, but basically it's going to be leaky like a real car is. So the kind of scores we're going to get in this are going to be much more in line with what you can expect by putting your sub in an actual car. I think an actual car would be better sealed than this thing, and I might do some things with blue tack and stuff on the trunk, whatever, to, you know, help it out a bit. But it's going to be so much better. The problem is this thing is in bloody a long way away. This is like a 7-hour round trip to go and collect this, and the guy won't post it. So I'm just kind of trying to work out if I can arrange some kind of road trip to that area anyway, so that I can like swing by and grab it. But I am going to be using this for season 2, and the only other hint I'll give you is that season 2 will not be hosted by me. That's all I'm saying. Don't worry, don't think that I've got some whack-ass new host and it's not going to be Bearvids on the Bearvids channel. It will, but also won't be. You'll have to wait and see. It's going to be insane. I'm really, really excited by it. But it's going to be a bit of prep. I'm going to need some time. So it might not be for a couple of months. But watch this space. There's going to be some, in between, there's going to be some more videos. Maybe I'll do something fun with the RC2. I might make a pair of headphones. 3D print some headphones to mount these in. Get another one. And then see how they sound as bassy ass headphones. That could be hilarious. Although they won't play any treble, will they? And that's the problem, you see. The Dayton driver, for example, just pretend this is the Dayton. I could mount the Daytons in headphones, and they would play up to 15 kilohertz, you know, 20k, just fine. But I could send ridiculous amounts of bass to them. Whereas this thing doesn't play up to like 15, 20 kilohertz. So I couldn't. I'd have to add another driver in somehow. But yeah, gents, this has been a pleasure. Absolutely really fun. I've never done a boom or bust live stream before, so this was great fun. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did enjoy it, then please do hit the like and do hit subscribe. I'm sure you're probably subscribed anyway, because if you're chatting, then you're going to be subscribed, because I turned that on, because I thought that was silly to not have on. Yeah, keep an eye out for more boom or bust related stuff. And just before you go, let me know what you want to see. Do you want to see more amp repair live streams? Do you want to see, well, obviously you want to see more Boom or Bust, which is coming, but I'm going to make, obviously this has been a finale for Season 1. I'm going to make a video just kind of rounding up Season 1 anyway, because not everyone will have seen this live stream and can be bothered to watch it. So I'm going to make a little roundup for Season 1 anyway, just with my findings from today and talking about the sizing issue and also just giving a little play out of what Season 2 is going to look like. Is the new host like Dick Ridiculous? So no, it's not me in an alter ego. It's not really me in an alter ego. Really, it's not really me. It's hard to explain. You'll never guess. And prepare and work on your personal vehicle. Do people want to see that though? Like the Proton needs a bunch of work. It needs a lot of like mechanical like work and stuff. You know, it needs fixes done to the car itself, not audio related. It'd be cool to see the winner of Season 1 made full scale. I know it would, but I'm not building a Tuba HT. That's going to be like 250 pounds in wood, and then where the freaking hell am I going to put it? And what? I don't have a car to put it in either. The Micro, I've got a Nissan Micro as a little winter runaround. That's too small. RC scale boxes for playing music, please. Okay. I could do something like that. I don't have any RC stuff. Not AI, no, it's nothing AI related. I'm glad you enjoyed, Justin. Podcast type thing. I have thought about doing a podcast type thing in the past, actually. You know, I thought about doing like a weekly dose of bass or something, where I go through like a bunch of Facebook posts that have been made that week and pull out some funny ones, pull out some interesting ones, like pull out some noob ones where people are like, oh, I wired my bass amp to my brake light and now it's in protect, like kind of thing, just for the laughs. But Also, I didn't want to like just dump on people because that's not my vibe. I'm like do the educational video type thing. I don't do the memes and dumping on people. But miss the repairs. A bunch of you people say you miss the repairs. Yeah, I'll try and do some more amp repair lives. Had a really interesting amp repair today. Actually, it was a Audison M12.14 bit, like bloody expensive thing, £1,400, really expensive. And this is what it looked like. So this is the amp. I'm just gonna. So it's one of these, and this was the problem. Looks like some kind of condensation on the drive IC there, and the MOSFETs, the output FETs, which are these guys, these little max FET package things. So you can see I've removed 4 of them there. And this is the 8 MOSFETs in the pair of channels, or actually it's 4 channels, isn't it? In the 4 channels that died. And if you've got a keen eye, you can notice that the trace is missing underneath those surface mount FETs. So that's fun. Not. But I replaced the drive IC, and soldering looks pretty neat on that. And I did get to replacing the FETs. Now, this is going to look really funny, but in order to, I had 2 choices. For the pads that had disappeared, I could either try and replace the pad somehow. The problem with replacing the pad is that these MOSFETs, I can't have anything that sticks up, okay? They have to be flat. So for me to replace the trace, it would need to be at the same profile as the original trace was, with nothing protruding at all, anywhere, even to the side of the FET. Or the other option was just to shift the entire FET over slightly so that the pads were contacting on the bit of exposed pad that was remaining. So that's what I'm trying. Haven't tested it yet, but I've been doing lots of multimeter work to make sure that the pads are all actually connected to where they should be. And these being at an angle like that is not a problem for anything. The heat sink still clamps down perfectly on them. The only concern I might have is how a bit of the metal of the MOSFET overlaps the adjacent trace, which has quite a high potential voltage across it. So I just have to make sure that it didn't arc through the solder mask. But I checked the solder mask is very thick, so it shouldn't do that. But yeah, that's as far as I got with that today. That was quite an interesting one. Is Audison helping you with the repair? No. No one helps me with the repairs. No one. Well, the only company that really helps is Taramps, because they send me programmed MCUs, but that's about it. I'm toying with the idea of doing an amp repair school Patreon site type thing that goes into full guide detail, like full guide type of repair guide type things, videos on Patreon that you can like subscribe to, and following those guides you would be able to fix your amps, like actually fix them. Whereas my live streams and stuff are kind of just fun for me to do. You can pick up on my knowledge in the live streams and stuff, but it's less drawn out for you, The audio pipe build is finished. The audio pipe mod is actually finished. The circuit work is all done. I just need to drill some holes in the heatsink, and the MOSFETs are massive, and I'm just kind of just needing to work out how to clamp them all down into the heatsink in a way that works. But the actual circuit work is all done. Maybe your existing test chamber can be made with thinner flexi material. Yeah, I did think about that, but I think that the cruiser will actually look a lot better in the videos. It will make for better content, and it'll also simulate the shapes and the interior shape as well of the car quite nicely. So, But yeah, gents, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for watching. I'm going to give you an ad before I leave as well. So here's an advert. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. And if you didn't get an ad, then what's up, my ad block? uBlock Origin, bro.